describe reality at all?
Dan, I'm trying to explain it to you, right? So in reality, we don't live in a vacuum, right? There's atmosphere to contend with. We have inverted temperature layers. We have gradient densities. We have water vapor, right? Dust particulates. These things cause what? They
So you're
cause
saying
light
that
to what?
deviation is
They
not the
cause
fault
so
of the
before
lens,
hold
it's
on,
the
before the light
medium.
ever even reaches the lens, what do you have?
So that
Refraction.
you're saying that you're saying that deviation isn't a problem with the lens at all. It's a problem with what's in front of the lens.
No, it's no, you not only do you have to contend, right, with the atmosphere and all the different conditions, the dynamic conditions, you also have to contend with the thickness of the lens. Something that's
What does
well understood, right? Snell's law.
what
When light
no, it
enters
doesn't.
from one medium to the other, it causes what? Causes light scattering. And the light that's entering the lens has already been scattered, has already been refracted before it even enters the lens, dude.
Scattering and
But
refraction are
as he
two very
said,
different
if it
things. Don't
hits,
confuse
yeah.
them. Scattering and refraction are not the same thing.
I understand that, but I'm trying to explain to you is
You
that
guys
you
pick and
you
choose when
already
refraction happens on a globe. It's so weird.
yeah, you already have
Could I ask?
scattering and
Do you
refraction
think?
before the light ever
Yeah. Do you
even
think the
enters the
light?
lens. And then when Schubill does measurements 2, 3, 6, 10, 20 miles out, you expect that lens to be accurate. That's kind of hubris of you guys.
Well, let's back
But
up a
hang on a
second.
minute.
If you
So
look
in
at
the example where the light hits the middle of the lens and moves straight through it without being refracted, like just going through a piece of ordinary glass, are you saying that the angle of the light hitting the center of the light is sort of curved? So that is what's causing this?
N- No, no, it's the thickness of the lens itself, right? The lens could be perfectly
But
symmetrical, perfectly constructed to the highest tolerances, right? And the fact that
yeah, but
light, this is the
if
nature of
the
light
light,
when it goes from one medium into the other, dude. So even if you flip
but
the lens upside down, it's not gonna fix it.
but if the light is hitting in this middle of the lens, it's not refracted; just goes straight through, just like an ordinary glass. You agreed upon that earlier.
Yes,
So
yes.
if you point your crosshairs like in a theodolite, where the crosshair is exactly at that point, the light coming in there should not be deviated anyway.
Yeah, yeah, in theory, right? And the light rays that are coming in perpendicular to the lens surface at the center will remain straight. But that light ray has
Exactly. So
already, but
that's
that
what's
light,
like
whatever light
that's what they
is
observe.
entering. Well,
Hang on.
okay.
That's how they use the theodolite, because as was mentioned earlier, that's where the crosshair is. So the light coming in around close to the crosshair is just a straight line, not deviated in any way.
That's not the case in reality, dude. I already explained to you. There's already natural displacements in the geometric position of things and of the horizon, right? What you guys consider the geometric position. There's already displacement going on. And naturally due to the atmosphere, never mind the lens, dude. When you add the lens, there's corrections you have to make for both. And those corrections
No,
is what
we just
that's why
hang on.
flat
Hang,
earthers don't take your evidence because it's unreliable. Because you have to
hang
make
on.
these corrections that comport,
We just
right?
agreed that the light, what you see very close to the crosshair, has not been refracted at any measure by the lens. And yes, we do. So that the lens should not affect what you observe. Then we know refraction is a fact, and it's also known that it can be very often corrected for if you know the lapse rate.
Right, but the light that's entering the lens perpendicular, right? That light will remain straight, but the light that's entering the lens perpendicular has already been refracted, has already experienced,
So
right?
what? So what? It's two different mediums. It's
It,
refracted in the
it,
atmosphere, and it hits the lens in the middle, perpendicular to it, and will not be refracted to any of the sides of the center of the crosshairs. So you don't have to worry about the lens or the telescope. In fact, what you have to worry about is a refraction in the atmosphere.
This is why
You're just a Glover fighting, like you just don't want to give your ball up. But literally, you're saying you're double speaking. You're saying there is a refraction, but there is a refraction, but there is a refraction, but there is a refraction.
This is why it's known as second order measurements, because you have to make error corrections. These are calculations that you have to make. These aren't first order measurements, bro. And this is why it's unreliable. It's not the best quality of evidence. It's not. I don't know, man.
So why is it then that these field light measurements matches every other kind of, spherical size to VLBI measurements? It seems they all point in the same direction and get more or less the same result.
It's called habitual observations through trial and error, process of elimination. You guys have modeled it out, right? Curve fitting. Now you have a reliable framework. Due to habitual observations, right? Just continue to correct, and now you have standard refraction that you include. You have other, collimation errors that you include.
Well, we know that at 45 degrees, it's between 45 degrees above the horizon, both around you, refraction is minimal. And you can use that as well, using the stars to measure. And why is it VLBI?
Now you're talking about a different type of refraction.
Yeah, normally, at 90 degrees straight up, refraction is no problem. It's more or less equal to 0. And it's quite low down to close to 45 degrees above the horizon. From 45 and downwards, it increases quite a bit all the way down to the horizon.
You don't got to test for anything. You just got a model that tells you that, and that's good enough.
Well, for celestial navigation, it shows
celestial navigation. The Subaru Keck telescopes, the big ones at Hawaii, and so on. They've done a hell of a lot of studies of this.
Yeah, celestial navigation only works on a sphere.
That's true.
It can't work on a flat plane.
You think of the past several centuries, with the highest level of science and applied to navigation and geodesy and cartography, you think you found flaws that we're all just living with and pretending?
No, they found their own. They found the flaws. It's literally all in their work.
So is there a flaw in the existence of the South Pole? What's the flaw that causes the 24-hour sunlight down at Union Glacier? What's the flaw that causes satellites in polar orbit?
What's the flaw that causes celestial navigation to only be possible on a sphere and not be possible on a flat plane?
Yeah, what's the flaw that flat Earth can't solve a celestial navigation observation?
Yeah, you see this random scattergunning, overcompensation.
It's not scattergunning.
Not having to do with what was being brought up earlier.
It's a fact. Celestial navigation has only been shown to be possible on a sphere. No one has ever.
It's not even the same subject anymore. You guys are talking about something different.
Well, apparently celestial observation involves angles to stars and refraction. Ooh, unknown variable that we can't deal with.
Yeah, but we know, generally how refraction works. Celestial navigation isn't perfect, obviously. There's always a margin of error. But you can apply a general refraction correction, and then that'll make your fix even more accurate.
Well, but it's not general. There's a very well described formula, the SMARTS formula, and when I measured the zenith angles, vertical angles to stars at particularly low elevation, and I calculate the refraction, and I apply that to my measured angle, and then I go to the celestial theodolite. Okay, let's go to the celestial theodolite. Now, when I enter my latitude, longitude, temperature, and pressure, and stellarium gives me a predicted zenith angle measurement, and that equals what I get with my theodolite for about 3 arc seconds, then I think I've got it pretty well nailed down, because the crosshair, my instrument's like 4 seconds. So I don't know how to better verify the overall procedure of timing, instrument calibration, collimation, procedure, method, recording, and then go to Celestial Theodolite and Celestial Theodolite says, you got the same angle that Celestial Theodolite has. Why is that? And the refraction in this case was very large, was over 240 arc seconds. And Smart's formula returned the same value that the celestial theodolite, or as we call it, stellarium. So these are pretty well known. Nothing general about it. It's pretty high precision.
I didn't know that, actually, about all that formula. That's neat, actually. Yeah, so we can apply refraction correction to all these sightings.
Well, in celestial navigation, quite often you're happy if you get to the nearest mile, maybe half a mile.
Yeah.
And if you're really good, even a quarter mile. But I'm getting within like 100 meters with a theodolite.
You guys just say the air is bending light a certain amount if you were on a globe. That's all you're doing.
No. The globe portion is far, far larger than the minor refraction correction. Yeah. I mean, like I said, 240 arc seconds. That's 4 arc minutes. I've got to deal with 77 fucking degrees, and you're going to tell me that 4 arc minutes of refraction, 4 arc minutes of refraction somehow is making the flat Earth look like a globe when I've got 77 fucking degrees in the zenith angle.
Well, you look out, you say, oh, look, it doesn't match the globe. That's how much it should be bending if I was on a globe.
How'd you get
that's how much the air is bending the light. If I was on a globe, that's how much the air is bending.
Well,
how'd you get the elevation?
Well, I think you've got every industrialized country. You've got every industrialized country for the past several centuries to argue with. It's not just me. It's not just the globers on this.
You hear what I say? You don't let it digest. You don't think. You just immediately, I have to fire my everything I have about it.
Well, let me ask.
Why not?
How much?
You don't think about it. You're just immediately throwing everything you got at it. It's like, I don't know, man.
How much exactly do you know about?
You say we don't have evidence, and you're saying, "Oh, I'm throwing everything we got." Yeah.
It has to be a debate. It has to be a debate. It can never be just like, let me not throw the whole fucking kitchen sink at what I think is incorrect, and actually think about what someone is telling me for once.
Well, let me ask, how much exactly do you know about the process of doing a 3-star position fix in celestial navigation?
I completely missed the point. So you're completely just changing the subject again. Like it's not about addressing what people are bringing up to you. People are trying to tell you something. No. You just want to throw the kitchen sink. Here comes another fucking nasty old piece of cheese. Another old ass argument.
What's he talking
about? Do you agree that refraction happens in the atmosphere? Is refraction a fact in the atmosphere?
I'm saying that they say that air is bending light the amount it would have to if you were on a globe. That's it. When it comes to the stars.
That was not actually my question. My question was if refraction happens in the atmosphere. It doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is.
Whatever, man.
What do you mean more? So yes.
See, like I'm at peace. See, I'm at peace with this. This is not like, I don't know. It doesn't like make my heart beat fast.
Like you just asked me if
that's so fucking dishonest to say that. Stay on the subject, and then when someone brings the subject up, you just say whatever, man. Fucking childish.
What? Were you not listening? Would you just tune in? I don't know. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, someone asked when we were talking about refraction. Someone asked if light refracts, and you said whatever, man.
Oh, so you just got here. So we're doing a Glober reset. Great, love it.
No, I've been here. And Lion was talking about refraction through a lens, you fucking idiot. And then he said atmosphere refracts light.
I
And
don't
someone
care.
asked you, do you
You want to talk about more global? Go ahead. Yeah. Totally missed the point that was made.
That was
Go
what
into
Lion
more
brought
global,
up. That's
global
the
double
subject
down.
before you came in.
More
There wasn't-
Glober doubled down. Yeah,
There wasn't a
big
point that
dog
was
pile
made.
circus.
Stefan
Point was
asked
made.
you-
Now you want a dog pile
Let's
circus.
stay on the
about it.
subject, and the subject is not then refraction. What's the subject? Man.
I mean, I'd like to talk about celestial navigation.
Did I hate
Yeah,
it?
you never did it in the South.
It's possible in the South. I've never gotten anyone's sextant sightings from the South. I would love actual sightings instead of generated stuff from the
I
South.
think Bacon can give you that.
He probably could actually, because he's in.
You got to cross the South Pole.
You don't have to
The
cross
South Pole do celestial navigation crossing the South Pole, and they're not going to show you anything similar to this from like a plane or a satellite ever. So you literally have to do it yourself.
The kitchen sink.
So
Yo, Nathan Oakley will give you that.
But you're going to completely miss the point again. You didn't hear what I said. Good job.
You're just coping and projecting.
Hold on. So you said we'll have to do celestial navigation while crossing the South Pole.
Don't you think that would help you out if you didn't trust who was giving you the maps? You would want to survey this area yourself. But you don't have to question the maps if you don't want to. That's fine. Go ahead.
I was
Question the almanac. Maybe some things, maybe some of the positions of stars that they say is going on, maybe they took it from not the star being at the zenith limit, like not the actual GP of the star.
Well, then people would be able to figure out their line because you know where the GP of the star is. And if
we can figure out let's go figure out their line. Let's do cell nav in the south. But some idiot paid a whole bunch of money to not actually do cell nav in the south, which is retarded.
I think it's weird that you can see the star that's GPs in South Africa. You can see that from Australia.
I just think it's weird that celestial navigation has never been shown to be possible over a flat plane, and that it only seems to work on a sphere. That's what's got me tripped up.
Now, people do triangulation with stars all the time. If they feel like it, they could just head towards the star using triangulation. It's not a problem.
A three-star position fix
iteration.
a 3-star position fix isn't triangulation, I don't think.
Nope, I'm not talking about 3-star fix. I'm talking about just getting an elevation angle to the star, heading towards it, and changing the elevation angle to it. That's triangulation.
No, it's not triangulation. It's just measuring an angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you head towards it, and then you don't need any ball.
There's no triangulation used anywhere in that. You're just heading.
No, but that's how people originally. That's literally the origin of celestial navigation. Is that was how they were doing.
It's not triangulation.
Well, they were treating the ground like a horizontal plane. I mean,
no, they weren't. They were just looking at the stars and moving towards them.
Yeah,
nothing to do.
Exactly, triangulation. Thank you. Exactly, dude.
No, not triangulation. Where's the triangle?
The triangle is you have your position, and then the ground position of the star, and then where the star appears overhead.
No, but you don't. That's not what they did.
Yeah.
I think there's a
that is what they did.
Three lateration. It's
Dude,
three
you treat the Earth as
lateration.
flat with these freaking astrolabes. What the fuck are you talking?
It's three lateration and not triangulation.
You literally just triangulate where. You guys are crazy.
So no, they're
where's
not.
the triangle?
Jesse, it's not triangulation.
No, well, your 3-star fix is not triangulation.
It's not even
I already said
trilateration.
I'm talking about, for thousands of years, if you really wanted to just like head towards the star, that is triangulation. That's celestial navigation.
No,
that's
heading towards a direction is not triangulation. It's nothing to do with a triangle. Nothing to do with an angle.
All right, just deny reality. Have fun.
What deny reality? You said that they picked up a star and headed towards that star. Where in the hell is there a triangle in that?
Yeah, walking.
Yeah, elevation angle to the star, and then your baseline is like the horizontal plane projected out from the observer.
They
Well,
didn't
why-
use that back then. They didn't
Why are
have
you
no GP
denying?
map
Why
on
are
the
you
start.
denying the method? I don't understand you guys.
Where
I
did they
don't
get the
think-
GPs back then?
Yeah, I don't think
You
you're
just deny that
quite-
triangulation exists. It's just so weird.
No, I
No,
I don't think.
why are you
I don't think
lying?
you're
But
quite
you know, globetrotters have to
articulating
hardcore reject
what
anything
you
that
mean
makes their
very-
model
You're
sound
now
incorrect.
projecting and lying.
You know that this
So-
makes the model sound weird, so you just
Hold
oh
on.
my god, no, look at us vomit all my globe knowledge at once.
Let's
You're
just
lying
back
for
up.
no reason now.
Let's
Go
just-
ahead.
Let's
Go
just back
ahead.
up for 1 second here. Let's just back up for 1 second. So you said, and I want to quote. I quote. You said, I quote. They
No, don't
picked
try to
a
quote me. Let me just tell you what I said. Back in the day, people wanted to look at Polaris and find out where north is. You could just head towards Polaris and just get an elevation angle heading towards Polaris. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You're nuts for thinking that wasn't happening.
But
Okay,
could you get
well,
the
No, you
position
are
fixed?
lying.
What does the elevation angle of Polaris? What does that
Tell you
give
where you're
us?
at in the northern hemisphere.
Tell us.
What
It
do you mean
tells
it
us
tells you?
our approximate latitude. It doesn't tell us our longitude.
Yeah, no globe needed. Thank you.
What?
What?
You don't need a
This is
globe. You
just-
just need an astrolabe.
I'm
So how would you
confused.
get a position fixed using? How would you get a position fixed using triangulation in celestial navigation? Can you explain
You
that
just
to
get
us?
an elevation angle to Polaris, dude. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. You're fucking fucking
But
out.
No,
a
but you need
single,
three
a
stars.
single
To get your
These
elevation.
position,
Glovers
you
are
need three
glitching on me.
stars.
Where's
Okay.
Nathan
Yeah.
Oakley when you need him? Glitching
A
Clovers.
single
There you
elevation
go.
angle to Polaris can't give you your exact location. It can only give you your approximate latitude.
I know you think you've done so much celestial navigation reaffirming the globe model. I know Stellarium
This is just
and the
you're
nautical
just
almanac
spazzing
and
now.
all the supposed evidence of the 1 degree for 69
This is you
miles.
throwing the kitchen
Even
sink
though
and
you're on an
everything.
oblate spheroid and there's tons of refraction, you
Jesse,
have your globe model.
Jesse.
Right. That's
Light
why
is
we
bending as
do
much as you need it
refraction.
to. If
That's
you were
why
on
we
a
do
globe,
refraction.
everybody knows your whole
You better
model is
than
based off of light bending.
See,
Jesse,
this is
my
what I
angle to
love.
Polaris is 60 degrees. Where am I on the Earth?
You can do better than this, Jesse. You don't have to. Yeah.
So why are they pressing me about it? I mean, you guys could just come to this conclusion
you make
yourselves
claims
instead
about
of needing me. You don't
Yeah,
need
you
me for
made
this.
you made a claim that a single elevation angle to Polaris could triangulate your location, which is not true. All it can tell you is your
As
approximate.
if you're heading north.
Yeah, and there's no triangle. There's a line from you to Polaris. You know, north is there.
Even the elevation angle doesn't tell you you're heading north. It's its azimuth angle that tells you if you're heading north.
Yeah.
So you
When he's
think,
talking about
you think
navigation,
people
but he knows
didn't take
nothing
an
about it.
elevation angle to Polaris, find out if they're heading north or not? You don't think that ever happened?
The elevation
No, you don't need
angle
the
doesn't-
angle to know where you're heading.
The
Oh my God.
elevation
I
angle.
think you guys are silly. I do.
In the altitude azimuth coordinate system.
People treat the Earth as flat when they're just trying to get an elevation
Jesse,
angle.
In the
Jesse,
altitude and
hold on,
azimuth
guys. Hey, hang
coordinate
on.
system.
Now, hold on, Jesse. You're the one who's not listening here. I know you think you know all of this. I'm telling you.
It's because this isn't worth listening to. Like, I already know your guys' globe-tarted position.
But you aren't yet. So you have a choice. You could either learn something about what they're trying to explain to you.
You think I don't know how cell nav works on a globe? That's crazy.
I think you don't. Yeah, I don't think you do.
Yeah.
That's great. I'm not interested in you being in denial of reality.
Okay, so I'll tell you why. So number one, CellNav does not use triangulation. Okay.
Yes.
So that's the first thing that you said that was wrong. Secondly, what you're describing somebody doing with an astrolabe is not triangulation. B. C. The idea that it assumes a globe is not actually the case. It doesn't assume a globe. It assumes 1 degree per 69 statute miles or 60 nautical miles. That's the assumption that is being made in celestial navigation.
It's barely an assumption.
Dude, I know that already. See, like, I already know what the globers know. I know you guys are all head up your own ass
I
about the fucking
don't
1
think
degree every
you
69 miles. You're taking angles to a celestial sphere. It all has
Yeah.
a radius of 3959 miles.
No.
I know your fucking globe model, dude.
No, you
But
don't.
the kicker with celestial navigation is none of it assumes that. But at the end of the day, once you have all the measurements and you actually plot it on a surface, only plotting it on a sphere is going to give you your location. Plotting it on any other flat map isn't going to give you anything.
You plot it on a flat map all the time.
No,
No.
you don't.
No,
Yeah, you do.
put it on a sphere.
There's one
So-
surface where circles of equal altitude are actually circles, and that's a sphere.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's right about that. So
Solarium is Solarium is
if you-
flat.
no, it's not. Oh,
If
so
you
Jesse,
plot-
Jesse,
Jesus Christ.
you could be less insulting.
Dude, what are you talking about? I'm not insulting.
Yes, you are.
No, you're insulting.
I could be less insulting too. I didn't even speak up in this until I got tired of listening to you basically shit all over the voice chat.
Oh, like you guys aren't shitting right now with your regular. This is why people are in here. Because
Okay.
you guys just globe dogpile. Anything that ever happens is just normie narrative incoming, like dive bomb
I'm trying to keep this between me and you and not have it be a dog pile. And I'm telling you
Okay.
that you're not correct about this stuff. You are confidently incorrect. You are saying things that are wrong, blurting them out, and then being insulting about it. There's
No, you could easily make an astrolabe. Like I bet there was someone 1,000 years ago. They made an astrolabe just strictly for their region, and it was a flat map. There's nothing wrong with that. Polaris was in it. Nothing wrong with that. Just treating the Earth as flat. You got a little fake little dome above you. People did that.
I don't know if people did that or not, but I'm pretty
They
sure
did,
you
dude.
don't-
There's evidence. That's how they were made. They were
pretty sure
just
you
for these
don't either.
small little regions sometimes.
I'm pretty sure you don't know either. But more importantly, what we're talking about is celestial navigation, which the discipline that we're discussing is what's being done in the 1500s or 1700s onwards. I don't know the exact times. Okay, and those don't assume a globe. They don't have to. The only globe assumption might be in using the Haversine formula to get your distance to the GP. I don't know if that's the case or not.
That's all globers ever want to talk about is celestial navigation because you have a celestial sphere, you have a nautical almanac, so you can reaffirm your globe all day. You
It's
really
not.
want.
No, that is not true. So first off, the celestial sphere isn't, I mean, other than being a conceptual construct, all that matters is where we observe that star in our sky. We don't have to then do something to translate it to the celestial sphere. That's just used to explain how they think about it. In terms of the plotting it on a map, you don't plot it. So what they'll generally actually do is use a nautical map where they draw a portion of the circle equal elevation. Because they're
Yeah, and I believe that at some point they started to go figure when it came to the bottom of their ball because they weren't willing to really go all over there. Or maybe they did and they didn't tell you what's over there.
And I'm not an expert at using the chart, but I'm pretty sure that even then they use a dead reckoning where they put in already a very close guess to where they could be.
So that's yeah. They'll use a chart, and what they'll do is they'll draw a portion of that circle, which generally looks like a straight line, because it's because the circle is so big. But even there, they have to account for the deviation, the distortion on the flat map, the flat navigational map, the nautical map. from a globe. So in order to get your location using a 2 or 3 star fix, if it's not a globe, then what are you doing? How do you come up with this method? This method just somehow magically works.
Mhm. And what I do, because I don't know how to do the chart like that, so what I do is I actually plug it into Blender, and I literally plot circles on
Yeah.
a sphere in 3D space.
Yeah, if you do it that way, especially if you use like a theodolite to get your angle, so it's going to be a great deal more accurate than a nautical sextant boat. Then
Yeah, I think I've only ever done sextant sightings from people.
Well, you can get extremely accurate measurements with a theodolite, and you can get a matter of 100, 200 meters to your location. So that
You guys
is
aren't actually doing celestial navigation in the south. You're just
Yes,
referencing
yes,
people that you
yes,
believe
it
have
is,
done it
yes.
already.
Yes.
Oh my God.
This is being done by Bacon in the South, my guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No, we're talking about
literally
crossing the south. I remember what I first said: crossing the South Pole.
Celestial
well,
navigation.
Bacon, Bacon just went, on the around the circumnavigation of the Antarctic continent. Now, you have to have the South Pole. Well, that's a bar that's just not required, except that you invoke that by your dodge.
Bacon knows what I'm talking about when I say that you could treat the Earth as flat within a small region using CellNav. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Within a small region. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like if you have a local map and you look at the stars.
Yeah, we all agree. Yeah, if I'm within a small region, within a couple of miles radius, yeah, I can treat it as flat.
Sure. All right, nice. I love honesty. Thank you.
Yeah, now try that on a multi.
If that's what you were claiming, you wouldn't be in this mess.
Maybe you're not understanding my claim. Maybe you don't listen to what I say.
No, maybe you're changing your claim after the fact.
No, I'm talking. This whole time, I'm referring to like 1,000 years ago. Like I think that people were in fact treating the Earth as flat using celestial navigation, just doing triangulation. What the heck? You guys really don't understand what I'm trying to tell you? That's crazy.
Yeah, 1,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, using the astrolabe, yeah, they already had a good handle of the fact the shape of the Earth was
describe to me what you think triangulation is. Describe triangulation to me.
A squared plus B squared is C squared.
Oh, no, describe the process. Wait, describe the process of triangulation.
You just get you need sea level.
So no, that's the just describe how you think triangulation works. Yeah. Oh my God.
He can't. Right. That's funny.
Right. So
yeah.
Please, yeah. Just maybe take a 5-minute break or something.
Oh, so the Globers can just continue to just reaffirm globe garbage and make everybody leave the server?
If somebody was reaffirming globe garbage, you'd have a point.
You're talking about triangulation. He asked you the process of triangulation, and then you didn't answer it.
Yeah, he quoted Pythagorean theorem.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, he quoted Pythagorean theorem. Yeah, that's good.
He said A squared plus B squared is C squared, and you need sea level. And that's the process of triangulation?
Yes, that's how you get an elevation.
Okay, hey guys, we got MC Toon here. So I use get pinged for announcements as a role we have, but people don't seem to have it. Nathan called in sick.
MC Toon, he didn't go to. This dude didn't even go to the real Antarctica. He went somewhere fake.
So no Oakley today?
Got a light of flare.
He called in sick, but he does. But his minion or his mod, sorry, says he will come back when he's feeling better. He still wants to come, etc., etc. And yes, Nathan. Yeah, I know.
He called in scared of Toon and FTFE. Got it. I don't blame him.
Well, I would have been interested to see. So it's going to be a stage event, and that means that I would, as the guest, I would defer to him to a certain extent. But I was
Yeah.
going to try to have a structured discussion, which I've never heard before with Nathan.
Yeah, Oakley's never had that. So yeah. So yeah, interesting. I wonder if Mrs. Mute Button is on vacation or something.
I don't. My guess is, he may be having. I don't know. He's no longer allowed on 24/7. I think.
Yeah.
I got a question. Is cold feet a medical description of sick?
Yep. He called in. His doctor diagnosed him with cold feet.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and
I get you. You have to be diplomatic, Omni, but the rest of us don't. So, thank you.
well, be that as it may, yes, you are certainly welcome here at any time. So,
thank you. So, I was actually popping in. I'm going to a computer security conference today, and where I'm presenting on the insecurities in Flat Earth Dave's app. So I'm leaving shortly, so I didn't think I would be able to be here for much of it anyway. So, so I'm happy that he called in with cold feet, so I can be here next time.
When are we gonna do round 2, McJune?
Who's that?
That's Quap.
You got a Freemason meeting to go to. The Satanist is off. He's off. He's out of here.
Quap. What you need to do is respond to your DMs, and then we can arrange it. I'm happy to arrange it.
All right, cool.
So, and who's the squiggly writing guy here?
His name is Jesse. Not Jesse Path of Light. The other Jesse. The angry Jesse.
Angry. Okay.
So
I think it's Arabic.
Wow, Omnivore, you're always doing that, man. You got a script. You don't even tell people what's on your mind, dude. Get out of here.
I do.
No, you don't. You follow a script. You follow the McToon script.
I do. I have a script. Yes, I have a script. I get my script from the Pentagon.
Poison the well and try to disenfranchise people that disagree with you.
Yeah,
and we'll never know what you actually think.
It's the Tuesday morning operation of strategic influence meeting. Do you not know that?
Omni, don't do that. I told you before, don't do that. You don't get your monthly bonus if you do that.
Yeah, you can't leak that. Then we got to go and you get that special light and shine it in their eye and all that. So it's a hassle.
True.
Just tell them.
Yeah, you didn't go to Antarctica. Everyone knows that you faked that bullshit. Hanging out with Will Duffy, the Satanist.
Easy. Here we go. $100,000.
You and Will Duffy are sus.
Stop interrupting. $100,000. We both put in escrow. And then what we do is we both take a trip to Antarctica. The same trip at the same time this coming year. It's the same dates through Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions. If the sun sets, you get my $100,000. If the sun circles for 24 hours a day, I get your $100,000. Now, if you are certain of your position, you will jump for it. I'm ready right now. Are you ready?
My booty ain't safe going anywhere with you guys. You guys are suspect Satanists.
You don't even have $100,000.
Doesn't it cost 40 grand?
Thank you for admitting that you know it, that I went, and that you would not. You'd lose that $100,000.
No, you didn't go. That's why you had to
You
fake
don't have
it.
the money.
Yeah.
That's why you guys didn't do a real experiment. You didn't actually survey Antarctica. You didn't do anything worthwhile.
Thank you for admitting. Thank you for
You didn't
admitting
do
that
any
we
actual celestial navigation to confirm that you were near the South Pole. Anybody can simulate a sun nowadays. You guys are fakers. Bunch of Satanists. Will Duffy's a Satanist. He likes lying.
All right, so we got a Poe here.
You went and you hung out with a bunch of actors, a bunch of crisis.
All right.
Poeing, but it gets old.
You ain't do anything worthwhile, dude. You ain't survey shit, dude.
Hey,
Yeah, by having vertical angles to the sun throughout the whole day, that's a many star fix.
So it was really nothing to do with you, McTin. That's why he was going to come here, not to yours.
Do you have something cotton in your mouth? I can't quite understand what you're saying.
Bullshit.
Like I saw The Godfather where he stuffed cotton in his mouth to talk like that.
Don't ever disrespect
I know
the
you did
family.
hear me from that response.
I didn't hear you. I can't understand the words you're saying, and then
No,
other
you're
people are
lying.
over talking, so it's a little hard to make it out.
Got to lie to anti-fluff.
All right, what? I just say what you got to say here, nice and clear.
I did, yeah. You haven't got the money, so that made up experiment is verging on a hypothetical scam. And
oh well,
Nathan,
I will.
wait. Nathan wasn't coming here to speak to you. If he wanted to speak to you, he would have gone to your server.
All right, so the escrow will be confirmed by lawyers from either side.
No, we don't believe you on any of that stuff anymore.
You don't need to believe. You don't need to believe me. It's a lawyer, and they're contractually required to document things.
Got any money?
Got it.
I do believe. I believe that it's true.
You're very gullible, though.
Because well, you could say that, but I know how the escrow works, and I, know that you're not going to be able to fake that.
You can fake it.
Yeah.
How do you fake having money in escrow?
By putting your savings into an escrow for one day, taking a screenshot.
No.
Or changing the script on the website.
No, that's not how it works when you have a lawyer do it.
And then taking a screenshot. It's piss easy to do.
No,
we know your ways. You're ridiculous.
So do it. Go ahead and do it. Show us how you did it. And,
Why would I need to prove that to you? I just explain how it's done.
No, you just invented some ideas about stuff, but you didn't actually address how a lawyer would do that. So
right,
got it.
Your whole religion is invented ideas. So
okay, but that's not actually how it works. So, I'm open to suggestions that I'm wrong about it, but that's not how it works. So, we're gonna have to do.
I've got 30 grand in escrow. Do you believe me?
I don't believe you.
No, but if a lawyer from had confirmed it and was in control of it, then it would. Yep.
A lawyer just confirmed it. Do you believe me?
What lawyer? Yeah. I'll talk to the lawyer directly.
Yeah, I'll give you his name.
He's got to be a member of the bar.
Well, there's no. It's probably different in England there.
And then someone has to phone him up, or what? What happens? You email him?
Yeah, my lawyer and your lawyer will communicate and verify that funds have been put in escrow.
A chartered barrister.
Oh my God, bro!
Dawn's what it's called. Saul Goodman.
You sound like a child.
Don't do it, Dawn.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm making it up. I could easily fake an escrow the same as he could.
But you can't. You couldn't fake a lawyer being registered in your country.
So you've got 100 grand to pretend to make flat Earth bets, and that's just one of your hobbies, and you use your savings, and you plop it in and out of an escrow just to troll flat Earthers. What an idiot!
Well, I mean, it makes flat Earthers look very obviously fake. That they know that I went to Antarctica when they run away from a free $100,000.
They don't trust your lawyer.
So just so you're aware, Don, whenever somebody makes a outrageous claim and stands by it, despite its, the asininity of the claim, the correct move is in fact to bet.
Yeah, you call them out.
Right, you bet them. That is the actual move that you should make. Now, you do have to have agreed upon terms of the bet, but putting things into escrow is a pretty pretty good way to ensure that both parties are actually on the same page. It rarely gets that far because usually somebody is just talking shit.
Flat Earthers always do.
It's stupid. It's always set up, and we never believe you'd give the money to anyone.
Well, it won't be in my hands. The lawyer will have it.
Do you understand that it won't?
Okay. What are the terms then? Let me see if I can win this by semantics. What are the terms?
By semantics.
Yes, because if you wrote it wrong, you'll owe me 100 grand.
Well, it hasn't been written. The lawyers will be involved in writing it, so that so it's not written yet. But so the premise is we both put the money in escrow, and we have lawyers hold it and confirm all this through contracts. We both go to Antarctica, so we see ourselves. What happens? No third party confirmation needed. If the sun circles for 24 hours a day, I win, I get your 100,000. And if the sun sets, you win, you get my 100,000.
I thought we knew it didn't set already.
Well, yeah, of course, the sun doesn't set. We know that.
So
Everybody knows that. Even flat earthers know that, and that's
so
why
you're
they won't
admitting
bet
it's
this.
a fake setup bet, and there's no real money.
No, I'm not admitting that at all. I'm saying that I'm guaranteed to win.
What are you talking about, man? So you're
Easy.
saying there's a challenge to win 100 grand, but it's a thing everyone knows.
Well, except flat earthers deny it. Yeah, Dave White says it was fake, and scribbly named Jesse thinks it was faked, and
What saying it's
a bunch
fake
of
has
people say
nothing
it was
to do
fake.
with the sun setting.
Well, they say the sun. Yeah, they said the whole thing was fake.
Yeah,
There's a
but that's
Chinese
nothing to do with
Chinese
the sun
matrix LED light and this sort of thing, aren't they? Some of them.
That's nothing to do with the sunset. You're a straw man in other people's belief systems.
Wait a minute. Wait. Are you
Not at all.
What's
I'm directly addressing other people's claims, like Nathan Thompson, Nathan Oakley, Dubé, Flat Earth Dave, Whitsitt. He made very specific claims about the sun in Antarctica, and he's changed his position on that. The goalposts have shifted.
Right. Okay. Let me tell you. I've got 100 grand in account. Yeah. And if you can prove Jesus really resurrected, you'll win my 100 grand. And if you can't, you have to give me 100 grand. How fair does that sound?
Yeah, I'm not interested in that bet. Can't do that. Yeah, but that's not physical reality, or as flat say,
on the spot
reality,
here,
right?
On the spot here, I wrecked you by 100 grand, metaphysically, hypothetically.
No, you didn't.
Because you can't put the money on that.
No, because you want to use physical metrics for a non-physical thing. Can't do that.
Oh, like you and flat Earth, right? You want to say
it's
the
all
sky
physical
proves
stuff.
it. The sky proves it for money.
That's not what I said.
Yeah.
It wasn't the question if there was a 24 hours
Your
sun
100 grand's useless. If it can't prove Jesus,
Don,
it's useless.
Are you aware that the allegation is that they went to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun, and then Jared and Whitsitt reported seeing the sun not set for 24 hours, and a great number of people claim that, but not a great number of people, a small but very loud number of people claim that this was somehow faked, perhaps using a gigantic sound stage or something.
Right. So
are you not aware of that?
If you're saying let's go again, the theory is you'd fake it again, and whoever you took, you'd mind control into a little wimp like Whitsitt, like you did this time, and you'll waste everyone's money, and then you'll boast, and no one will still believe you, and they'll say this one was fake again.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
How do you come up with that?
That's how much they care about you.
That's flat earthers for you. That's flat earthers for you, in general.
If there's any consolation for you, MC2, I believe you went to Antarctica and the sun did go around you. I know it probably won't give you much solace this afternoon.
Oh, thank you, though.
Yeah, my neighbor Marta Brandefur skied to the South Pole.
We haven't. Tell you what, we haven't heard from. We haven't heard from that that engineer that Whitsitt interviewed, who went down there and said it was the sun sets all the time. Where has he disappeared to?
Flat Earth. What's his Jesus freak computer geek. That's his YouTube channel.
Who'd have thought it'd have a name like that?
Yeah. He has been silent on the topic.
Strange, isn't it? Has he got laryngitis?
I think so.
What about the Bible being the word of God? 100 grand on that?
That's a metaphysical claim. It's a
other one.
Yeah, it's not a physical.
You've got two
physical
huge metaphysical claims, and you're not willing to put any money on it.
Correct.
Useless. You wimp.
Would you be prepared to have a sit-down meeting in Afghanistan with Al Qaeda with that money?
Who the fuck cares about your opinion on the sky in the south if you don't dare put any money on your real faith?
You seem to not get the difference between faith and not faith.
Exactly.
So you think the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is just based on faith?
You can't see that you're worse than me, and the reason I do it is because you have that same problem.
What problem?
McTurn thinks that the edge of the flat Earth sky has to be a physical thing, not like God, not like Jesus, a real physical scientific thing. Absurd.
Wait a minute. So the claim is about whether or not somebody saw the 24-hour sun.
That's what I thought as well.
You know what I'm on about in general. This is his whole meme.
What?
Yeah, he doesn't. No, it's not a straw man. It's exactly the things that people have said.
I was in Flat Earth before you, and I know what they think. You're straw manning it.
So no, not true.
Yes, true. Also, I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't say it.
So you
otherwise.
say, but I don't think that actually checks out.
Well, everyone thinks the sun has to set if we really go. That's what he's saying. Bullshit.
Well, I've got a book here by Edward Hendry that many flat earthers have referenced. In this book, it talks about the Antarctica and the claims that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica because it's a necessary result of of the flat Earth that they have proposed. Eric Dubé has said the same thing.
That's dogma that
no. You're suggesting that I'm making a straw man. I'm not. I'm citing people that make this exact claim. So Eric Dubé, I have his book and I've seen his videos. He says the same thing. We've got Flat Earth Dave saying the same thing. We've got Nathan Thompson saying the same thing. Dean Odell saying the same thing. You sweep across the main proponents of flat Earth, and that you get a large percentage of them all say the same thing about Antarctica. So I'm not straw manning anything. I'm taking their position and testing it.
They don't define it, and they also haven't got 100 grand to waste with you.
That has nothing to do with your assertion of me straw manning it. I'm telling you and giving empirical evidence.
Straw man. I'll send your websites, bro.
So I'm giving you empirical evidence that these people have said this exact thing. This is their position.
Like yours, but it was about Jesus and how wrong every single point of your belief is. Imagine if I had that website and then I was chasing Christians around saying, have a look at this. It's all debunked. Okay. It's all bullshit.
There's no shortage of people doing that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fine. They can do that. I don't have a problem with that.
Bastards in it.
If there's a bit of difference. Could you go somewhere and see Jesus?
If we've decided that flat Earth is in fact a kind of faith, if that's Don's position, that's more damning than anything MC Tune is saying.
Oh yeah, for sure.
No, I'm saying McTurn has silly metaphysical beliefs that are worse than any flat earther has.
No, you're saying that the flat earthers deserve to have their religious beliefs
and
not be.
We need to shut it down. We need to shut it down so that he doesn't teach his kids all this.
But they don't claim it's a religious belief. They claim it's science and physical reality or demonstrable reality. That's what they claim. They don't claim it's religion.
So are you agreeing Jesus being resurrected is not demonstrable?
I'm saying that's a religion. You don't get the difference?
Is it demonstrable?
It is not demonstrable.
Oh, no. So it could be not true.
Correct.
Oh, no.
You got no answer to that, do you?
That's you in the corner.
It's a faith claim. You don't understand what a faith claim is?
So Jesus might not have resurrected.
Correct.
You're going to teach your kids that?
Well, it's in the Bible. Paul said it.
Oh, no.
I mean, if you're going to talk on this topic, maybe you should be a little more informed on it.
So what else do you believe about Christianity? Anything?
Oh, run away from your assertions there. No, I mean, you got a little nervous, huh?
If you're
you got a bit nervous.
If you're coming clean, what else do you not believe about Christianity?
I don't know what you're talking about. That is core, and that is what one of the founding people of Christianity said.
Is it the Word of God in the Bible, or is that not demonstrable?
That it's also not demonstrable. These are all faith claims.
Oh. So you're in a cult.
You could call it. I mean, it's a religion, so yes, you can say that.
It's a religion that you don't even know is true. It's just like made up concepts, sort of thing.
Well, there is faith in that. Like and like I said, Paul, one of the foundational writers of Christianity, said that the same thing. If it's not true, then he's
south of the
hold
planet.
on. You didn't
While you're
let me
losing your
finish.
faith in Jesus.
You didn't let me finish. So Paul said, if it's not true, then bad for Christians, bad for us. Right? The term Christians didn't exist at the time. So yeah,
So they could have all lied.
I agree. True. Yeah, they could have.
Okay, right. Well, maybe you should just teach your kids with normal science books and not God-safe science books.
I do right now. The science book that we're using is OpenStax Physics. It's an open source physics book. They have a whole series of science textbooks. It's really great book.
Forget all your Christian delusion. Would you like to stop bullying flat earthers soon? Are you ever going to stop?
As soon as they stop making claims about physical reality, that's easily proven to be wrong.
Christians make claims, and you're not stopping them. You're not bullying them.
Well, they generally don't make claims about physical reality, but those that do, yeah, I don't agree with them.
If it both matters, what's the difference?
The difference is making claims about physical reality versus making claims about something not physical.
But making
that's the
claims
difference.
about the metaphysical is more dangerous.
That's an opinion.
Well, look around.
And I think in many cases, I think you have a great opinion.
So
I think that's very correct.
Bias towards the material world liars, and not the metaphysical world liars, which you were part of until now. You're losing it.
I don't know what you're talking about there.
You've been part of Christianity who are metaphysical liars, but you're angry at people who lie about the physical for some reason.
Wait. So Don.
So you're taking out your anger on the wrong people. This is all true.
All right.
All right. Nice world you live in there. What do you got to say, Omni?
Oh, I was just going to say that the idea that flat earthers aren't proselytizing their beliefs and aren't, behaving badly is just ridiculous on the part of Don. But it's like there's no shortage of that right now. In fact, somebody in this very server is going to a conference to talk about a flat earther who suckered a bunch of people in and then gave away their personal information thanks to not taking responsibility to make a secure app, but then B, when told it was not secure, they didn't take it down. They left it up and left it non-secure. So if you think that there's that the bullying that's being done by MC Toon here is the major issue, you should probably reevaluate what constitutes actual harm.
No, look, he takes his anger out on flat earthers, so I'm redirecting it and saying, hang on a minute, mate. We've got Muslims, Nazis, Jews, Masons all around the world who are convincing people of physical things. If you really want to be semantical, it's all physical.
No, you're just white knighting for flat earthers. I mean, you're not actually, making a sophisticated point here.
Well, no, I think. Hold on, Don. I think I responded to that.
Spread your anger out on different issues.
Just a second. So, Omni, I think his point is like he clarified there that there's other issues and that maybe I should focus on them. But I think everybody has the option to choose whatever issues they want to have be the thing that they are currently interested in. And this is my current interest. Now, Dawn, maybe if you have some other interests, maybe that list of things. Hold on. Maybe that list of things that you listed there are things that you could put your efforts to. I think that'd be great.
Why are you interested in bullying people? That's not a good thing.
I'm not bullying people. I'm challenging the misinformation.
No,
so they're spreading misinformation, and I stand against misinformation.
It's bullying. It's not a challenge.
Okay, I disagree with you, and that's how it's going to remain.
Okay, well, I think if you carry on, I'll just end up saying all this to you again.
Well, it's like a broken record. But you could choose to that list you gave. You could choose to go fight one of those other things. But instead, you choose to bully me.
I'm not angry.
And it's okay though. I'm okay with it. You can do that. I'm a big boy. I can handle it, Don.
I'm not angry. I'm just trying to guide your anger.
Oh, but you're angry and bullying because I said so, and you said that of me because you said so. So that's all you have.
There's hardly any left. When they stop talking to you, you won't have won anything. There's still going to be
Proving
in the
you wrong
churches,
is not bullying you,
there's still
dude.
going to be preachers teaching flat Earth up and down America. You're not going to change anything.
All right. Well, maybe you should put your effort into something else. I don't know why you're even here. If you think that effort must be put into something else, why are you here? You should follow your own advice. Maybe
I defend the dregs of the truther community, just where I found it.
the truther community. Hilarious. All right. Sounds good. All right. Well, Omni, I appreciate it. Maybe if he does decide to come on at some time in the future, you can try to ask if he will do a an arrangement with some specific people instead of just an open one. I think that'd be a pretty good option to ask him for.
I'll ask him if he's willing to do that. Sure.
Yeah. Because it gets chaotic even if you do it on the stage and have only one or two at a time. It's still rambles through multiple different topics. You don't get resolution. So.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I my expectations are not high, but we'll see what transpires.
Yeah, and I think maybe he's dipping his toe in the water, and I think that'd be super if he finds that the moderation is fair. Well, he probably won't like it if the moderation is fair because he's used to the mute button. But if he maybe thinks that he would dare come back again and have you moderate for a one-on-one kind of thing, then maybe this is the test for that, and I think it'd be a cool thing.
I'll see if he's up for it.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'm gonna go. I gotta head out to the conference, but thanks a lot.
Take care. All right.
All right. See you. Bye.
Take care, guys. Bye. Let's see.
He wanted a fight, so.
Yeah, it was all right. I'm trying to check and see. More than a dozen people injured in Israel in fresh Iranian attack 16 minutes ago.
Oh no.
So apparently they landed some missiles and.
I wonder if you can hack the Iron Dome. I wonder if we shouldn't say that. Are you allowed to say that? Probably not on X.
What?
Talk about hacking the Iron Dome.
Hacking the Iron Dome? I don't think.
Yeah. Sorry,
I don't think anything's hacked. I don't think that's the allegation. I think.
Yeah, but I wonder why it can't be hacked. Why is the Resistance not hacked it?
Well, it's probably pretty secure. And it's probably not, online in the way that, a website is. That's a guess. I don't know what it does for security, but I bet it's pretty, I bet it's pretty well structured. So that would be my assumption.
Who spoke Nathan?
What was that?
Who got Nathan to agree to come here?
I can't make that out. I don't know if that's hot micing or not.
Is it any better now?
Yes.
Yeah. Who got Nathan to agree to come here?
Nathan asked to come here. I reached out to FED, which is the server he hangs out on, and said, I told his mods if he wants to do a show here, he's welcome to. It was heavily suggested by Bev. He said you should ask him. And I was like, well, he's not going to do it if I ask him. But then I went and did it, and then one of his mods reached out over here and said, he'd like to do it Friday, and I said sure. And then they said, sorry, he's really sick. So
Interesting, because Ranty just did a video where he tries to get him to go somewhere, I think in his server.
I don't know. I mean, my guess is, he might be interested in, in seeing, if he can expand his audience, and talk to people here, which is fine. I don't know. So yeah, so just so we're clear, Nathan wouldn't have the mute button if he's here. We're not doing. We did that with FTFE and decided not to do that again because I didn't like how it worked. But he would be on the stage, so yes, he would be able to have a moderate amount of control over who is talking. As the stage moderator, I wouldn't let him indulge his worst offenses, but he could ask somebody, doesn't get to come to the stage or is removed from the stage. And that's something we generally do. We'll do that for.
To be fair, it might be right to let him blunder and actually do his worst offenses. Showing resilience to that would also be good on our points, while it would decrease their points.
Yeah, I mean, well, I would I'd try to treat him like any other guest, which is to say, if I ask Tora, who is here frequently, if he would do a tag debate with JL Warren, and he very much refused to do it. But if he had agreed to do it, I would have made sure that he got to talk, and JL Warren wouldn't just be able to do the bulldozing thing he does.
Well, I don't mind going on the front line, so if you need someone to tag with someone else, I'm there.
I mean, I thought he would be, I think that
too weird.
Well, if Tora refused, if somebody wants to hold up the tag side of the argument, that's fine. Tora abjectly refused, claiming that there was no part of the argument. There could not be an argument against the tag, and therefore he would not debate it, which I didn't buy. I don't buy that.
Word salads, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that there is an actual argument that you should have there, and you definitely could have that fight. So I don't believe him, but if he's not willing to do it, he's not willing to do it. I certainly can't force him to.
No, that's true, but that does say a lot about his character, including the fact that he probably knows that he's lying, and he knows that he would be pitted against someone that also knows he's lying and can expose it, which would explain why he wouldn't want to debate such a person.
Yeah, well, he definitely, yeah, I mean, I was surprised that he turned it down that, that succinctly. Like he definitely could have done a better, he could have done a better job of holding up his end. I expected he would. I just was surprised when he didn't. I mean, he didn't say, I don't want to talk to that guy, or I can't do it right now because I'm busy. All of which would have been totally legit. no, he was mostly just like, fuck it. No, I'm definitely not doing that. Okay. I guess. But if he wants to do it, if he comes back and wants to do it, I will host it.
You gotta make him want it.
Yeah. By the way, in terms of just to left lane, in terms of bringing in MC Tune and FTFE.
MC Tune was probably a wise choice.
Well, I'm okay with left lane made the point that it's probably not a good idea to do that because it'll scare him off. Which
I've tried to make servers like this myself, and pretty much flat earthers are scared of just me as well. So it's hard to kick in these servers or keep them active when flat earthers are literal cowards.
Whether or not that's true, I don't think that saying, well, you can't come in here, when we have this guest is something that we would generally do for other guests. So for example, if Grayson Hawk wants to talk about abiogenesis, I wouldn't say we won't have Taylor in the audience. We'll kick Taylor off the server if she's gonna be in the audience. But I would definitely let somebody say, this person doesn't have to come on stage, right? You don't have to let the person on stage. That generally the guest gets to decide. So, and we wouldn't make a big deal of, oh, you're chickening out or anything like that, because I wouldn't do that to another guest. Like, I think, J.L. Warren is probably a very entertaining debater, but I'm not really a fan of the way he comes off a lot of the time. I don't have a problem with the guy personally. I just think that he tends to steamroll people. And, he said, I won't talk to flat earthers. I'm not talking to flat earthers. And, wanted Matthias thrown off the stage when it turned out he was a flat earther. And I removed him from the stage, even though, like I said, not a huge fan of that.
Yeah, I get it.
So I would, I would try to accommodate anyone who is the guest, for their event.
Yeah, I think 1 and 2 or 2 and 3 of my concerns there could be mitigated by not allowing it to turn into the MC Tune or FTFE show on top of Nathan kind of thing that everybody gets to interact. Anyone that wants to talk can get on stage as long as they act right and have a minute or two back and forth.
Yeah, well, I would try to have a structured discussion. That would be the goal. Would be, okay, so he says this, what's your response to that? And then if they, if it's like, well, I'm not going to respond to that, then it's like, okay, well, at least we're clearly on the record that you didn't want to address that point. But not, if you don't address that point, you're chicken. I wouldn't go that far, but I would try to, because Nathan certainly says stuff that I don't think, to put it mildly, I don't think that holds up. So, we'd have to see if there was any, any middle ground where people would be, where he'd be willing to have, the discussion about some of the claims he makes. I don't know if he would or not. But we will have to wait until later to see if any of that transpires. I don't think he was run off by the specter of other people showing up. I think he's aware that he needs to have, he wants to have some amount of disagreement. He just wants to keep it, very well within, parameters, judging from how he runs his own shows. Jesse, you're unmuted. You are unmuted. I have unmuted the monk.
D-Mark, you're free.
Free D-Monk. Yeah, well, we're in a quiet bit right now.
In a state of despair. We're hoping because Jesse showed us how to do celestial navigation on Flutter.
Well, the celestial navigation, you know, it's a extremely good, you know, evidence for the globe, but it's also extremely hard, you know, to kind of explain. So, you know, it's got its pros and cons.
Jesse taught us how to do it. A squared plus B squared equals C squared, and you need water level, not the sea level.
Well,
that's it.
I mean, that was not, you know, that was not great. But
yeah.
So what if A measures as 0? What does B squared and C squared come to?
I think they have to be explicitly non-zero lengths.
Do zeros not belong in math problems since it's not even a number?
I think it's a number. I'm familiar with.
You've fallen for my trap.
Oh. Okay.
Who else here is on Omni's side who could possibly believe that 0 is a number?
I'm pretty sure that mathematicians back me up, although we should probably ask Bev.
Well, if you believe 0 is a number, then you probably believe there's such a thing as a perfect circle, no?
I don't know. Geometrically perfect? No, because we live in a universal. Well, you know, because Neil deGrasse Tyson said there was no such thing as a perfect circle. So
Because he said it. If you remember 5th grade geometry,
I kind of remembered 5th grade geometry.
a circle is only made of 3 points from the center to 2 outer points, a triangle, then rotated an infinite amount of times at its axis.
Okay.
Just for the record.
Man, what school did you go to?
Does 0 represent a quantity or a value?
Well, if 0 was a number, it would. But in 0 squared plus B squared and C squared, you get 0 squared.
Okay, so what? That doesn't
If
answer
Earth
my
was
question.
flat and it was at 0 measurement, could you
zero
have a
represent
number? Could you have data if you just come with 0?
Hey, does
It's a
0
bit.
represent a quantity or a value?
It's a bit,
It
guys.
is an integer. It is not. It is a placeholder.
No, it's an integer.
Actually, by representing an absence of value, it counts indeed as a number.
Yeah, it's an integer. He's just trolling.
Shoot, Bill, you ran off last night when we were talking about the 0.
There was
Tell us,
no fun.
Bill.
There was no fun going on there.
Really? You think so? You don't think 0 is a...
I think, I think it's number-ish.
No, it's a very real number. It's an integer. It's on the number line. So if you take a number line, say from -5, and plot that out in integers up to +5, you now have 11 integers. The one in the middle isn't different.
True.
Zero represents an absence of quantity. It's an integer, a real number, and part of all mathematical systems. So, yep, it's a number.
I would describe it as number curious.
I mean, you're also free to look it up if it is a number or not. Pretty sure everything's going to source you to it's a number.
Okay. True. If we're going by appeal to authority, right? Looking in the
I mean, we don't necessarily need it to be an authority and so on. Just the fact that it represents a value or an absence of value and is an integer, it counts as a number by definition. So you don't need an authority here. You just need to understand the definition of what is a number.
Good point.
Sorry, I killed the chat.
Well, we could talk about how perfect theodolite optics are, but there's no point to that, is there?
Well, I mean, to be fair,
He was being completely obtuse. He was speaking with all kinds of absolutes with zero experience because he thought he heard it from somewhere that, that dip is only optical instead of, the Earth because lenses, no matter how good, collimation, no matter how good, no matter what. Yeah, it was like, no matter what. Once you're dealing with reality, we can't possibly know and measure this stuff.
Well, I will say that actually having even a source for that was more than I expected, really. So.
Well, he's talking about his Canon camera or cameras that they don't have adjustments or calibrations for making sure that the center pixel is actually in the center of the field. He was just.
Well, I mean, I don't actually even know what his I don't know if his source is zetetic astronomy or something, I think. Whatever.
That's a non-source.
Well, right. Well, he's claiming that these experiments were done by, the Royal Astronomy Society or some shit. And
well, back in the the 19th century, they did all kinds of studies on it, and he's coming up with it's the same. He's coming up with the same sort of interpretation that the Flurfs want to use for Michelson Morley. Michelson Morley was trying to measure the passage of the Earth through the ether wind, And they said, oh, but all they measured was the Earth was stationary. Well, no. You see, they just say they get whatever they want out of it and rewrite the conclusions of the author. Oh, the author was wrong. He was just saying that shit because they made him say it.
Well, sure. I mean, as they generally do, right? I mean, everyone knows that you have to get the Illuminati's approval to publish a white paper.
Yeah, that's because they had to, Michael Zamorley, why don't you say something different? We're bringing in Einstein. Right. Yeah, so you got to take a back seat. Einstein's our new best boy. And then Feynman will take over. And then he'll be our best boy. And then we won't have one except Neil deGrasse Tyson. But he's not very good.
Well, they like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I mean, they don't like him personally, but they generally like him, for saying whatever bombastic shit they're attributing to him.
No, I got issues with the way Neil deGrasse Tyson presents.
Yeah,
and he has said some things, a couple of things which were flat out squirrely.
Yeah, I agree. He said stuff he shouldn't have said. That's for sure.
Yeah, but these motherfuckers are cherry picking specialists.
Yeah, right. It's beyond just.
Like that Shane. Oh my God, he was. I think he was up against Ruhi, and Shane brought up an Einstein quote, and the quote he brought up was like 13 words long. And so, dutifully, Ruhi pulled up the source of that quote, because in Shane's quote, he had like 6 or 7 words, and then an ellipsis, and then another 6 or 7 words. What did he omit by that ellipsis? Well, he had taken a part of a sentence at the beginning of a paragraph, and the end of a sentence near the end of the paragraph, and called that an Einstein quote. Because the middle of the paragraph was exactly 180 degrees from what Shane said. Oh, here's an Einstein quote. Yeah, that's where flurfs are.
Yeah, they're fucked in the head, and well, that's obvious. But the cherry picking with Neil deGrasse Tyson, they cherry picked the Felix Baumgartner stuff, obviously, but then they keep putting on 24/7 Flat Earth Dumb Fucks Are Us, an extended interview of Neil deGrasse Tyson. I watched that interview when it happened, and I've asked them to post the whole interview, and they can't do it because they cherry picked what he said, and then they've just made up everything else.
Yeah,
just like that. What I said with that Shane Pierre, whatever, of those 13 words was out of 37. So for some reason, 24 of those words were not in his favor.
And it's fucking weird. Like, dipshit doesn't get shit, or what's it? To go on that trip to Antarctica and come out with a video saying the flat Earth comeback. That's cherry picking as well. It was destroyed by your trip, dipshit, and now you're making it try and come back.
Yeah, well, I mean, notably, Whitsitt didn't even want to go in the first place. He got talked into it.
Yeah, that's true. But the one thing I find funny is, like, I'm in New Zealand, and the number of Australians that are flat earthers, I find astounding, because it is so fucking easy to see from now. Today's the shortest day of the year. Every day gets longer from here until the 21st of December. And Australians living in the southern hemisphere, they see the fucking moon upside down. They see their evening civil twilight from sunset to the time it actually gets dark get longer and longer as it gets closer to the middle of summer. So you just got to look south if you're in Melbourne, which a lot of them are, and you can literally see south that it's fucking still twilight at fucking 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. That's where Antarctica is. No wonder there's 24-hour sun there. Holy
Yeah.
fuck.
Well, I mean, I don't think that there's like a great deal of high quality thought being put into the modern flat Earth hypothesis.
And because what do they call it? What do they call it? Logical thinking.
Critical thinking.
Critical thinking, yeah. Well, have they critically thought why their friends and family think they're fucking stupid cunts?
I don't think they've really looked into that much.
Yeah, I don't think they have. That's real critical thinking for you.
I am curious about, what they would say flat Earth has cost them. That's of interest to me, like, because you pay a price, at least it's said that you pay a price for being a flat earther. Your friends will just, leave you, your family thinks you're nuts, stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying, that I have firsthand experience with that. I'm not a flat earther, so I don't really know, but
I wonder why I was muted.
Bro, why you not?
Is McToon afraid of Demok? Because he ain't got no
Bro, why
earth
you not
curve in his
afraid?
front yard or his back, in a mountain, in a mud
Bro,
puddle.
why are you not a flat
On
earther,
the
man?
side, it's just a fact.
Oh, fuck, Demok's here.
No
The earth
water
is flat, bro.
surfaces, no earth curve intact. What's it look like? What's it feel like, Jack?
Bro, Dimok, you're so deep, Dimok. Like, you're so deep. Everything
You're
you
so
say is just
shallow
so
without an
deep.
earth curve. My mud puddle's deeper than your earth curve.
Everything you say is so deep, man. It
My
makes me
mud
kind of
puddle throws you
horny.
off from your
Or
earth
some,
curve. It's okay.
it
You're
makes me,
confused from a mud puddle to an earth curve. You don't know the difference. You wouldn't know
bro,
how
it
to
makes
tell the
me kind
difference
of,
from 8 inches of dirt to
it
an
makes
earth
me
curve.
horny,
That's how
bro. I'm
dumb
gay
you
for
are.
you.
Show us
You
the
turned me
difference.
gay.
Show
I
us
never
the
knew I
difference.
was gay until now.
Yeah, keep
You turned
talking.
me gay just
Keep
now.
talking, loser. Show us the
But
difference.
yo,
Nothing burger.
but yo, other guy,
What's 8
why you
inches
not a flat
of
earther,
earth
man?
curve look like? What's an 8-inch rise, an 8-inch drop, an 8-inch hump, an 8-inch drop?
So deep, bro. I want to go deep inside of you saying this because
Hey,
it's so
brother,
deep.
you're slow. What is it? What is that? I got a mud puddle. How does it compare to the earth curve? It's 8 inches high. What are you
Demok, why
laughing
don't you
about? No
ever,
earth
Demok,
curve.
why don't you ever
What,
ask
you lost
questions
your earth
relatively
curve?
like?
You
I'm
guys
laughing at
lost
my
your earth
jokes.
curve. Why are you saying
I'm
the
laughing
mock
at
and
my
not
own
looking for the
jokes,
earth
bro.
curve? You mean to be earth curve? Where do you go?
Demok,
Little earth curve. Where you at? Where's
Demok,
Baldo? No, earth
Demok,
curve's
why
what
don't
you
you,
need to ask for.
Demok,
Ask
why don't
somebody
you
for
ever
earth
ask?
curve. Quit saying no. Earth curve's the new name. Where's it at? Where's the earth curve? That's what you call me. Where is earth curve?
There is none. There is none. I believe in flat earth,
My
bro.
name is Where is earth curve? Get it right.
There is none.
Repeat it. Repeat that. Where's earth curve?
What is earth curve?
And then my new name is What is earth curve? So the first name is Where's earth curve, and the next time you address me, it's What is earth curve?
Wait, so should I
And then
address
who can
you?
prove
Wait,
earth curve is
so
the
how should
third
I
name
address
you
you? By your
address me
first name
by.
or last name? First name or
So to
last name?
address
How should
me,
I
it's
address
What
you?
is earth curve? Where is earth
Demok,
curve?
Denmark.
And who's proven
Wait.
Earth curve?
Wait,
Hello,
I need to
Denmark.
address three things, like three names. All three
I
names.
try to get proof, but your gums that's flat. Talking about curve, but you ain't got crap.
Bro, you need meds, bro. You're
Eat
talking
that shit
crazy,
up
bro. You
and you
need some
might get flat.
medication, bro. You need some medication. You're
Flat
talking crazy
smack.
now.
That's where it's at. That's what you get. You get nothing
You need
but
medication.
facts. When I put that shit right there on the track,
You need medication,
you ain't
bro.
got
You
no
need
Earth curve,
medication. Wait, are you a
and the
veteran? Were you
sky
in
is
war?
black. No stars,
Were you?
just a flat. Talking out your
Now
ass,
it's
Jack.
he's muted. Like, just mute this guy, someone, please. Like he deserves it, no?
Well, I mean, I want to ask Denmark a question, but he doesn't want to respond.
Like he's crazy. Like he's actually like a bit crazy, you know. You can't talk to the guy.
You probably can't talk to the guy. Yeah, that's probably true.
Well, yeah, DMOC only has two settings, mute and unmute, because he goes from 0 to 60 in 3 syllables, and then he won't stop. So
Let this guy ask the question.
that's the
Well, the
expectation. So
The
that's
question
a
I was going to
globe
ask
prediction.
Denmark was you ask a lot of rhetorical questions, but why don't you ever ask a question pertinent to your what's going on in your life right there? Like, for example, would you like fries with that?
Hang
He
on,
went to zero.
Marty.
He went to
Marty.
zero.
Or which pile of dishes do I do first? Those sort of things, Denmark.
McDonald's doesn't. I've never had McDonald's ask me if they want fries with.
Marty Real Flat Earther, why don't you change your name to Marty Really Fucking Insane?
Oh, it's great there, Matty. Marty.
Like extra insane rather than regular insane.
Oh no,
Marty's
super insane.
position on the shape of the universe is almost forgivable because of his Trump impersonation.
My Jazzaconda don't got curve because she ain't liking black guys.
Yo, anyone here know
Oh,
like
that's
physics,
pretty
like
good.
atomics? Anyone here know atomics? If that's the right word.
I used to know atomic kitten, but
Our quantum mechanics guy is not here, but
Okay.
I don't think we have. But we have some people here who are pretty good with physics. What is the question?
oh yeah, hang on, Marty's. Hang on. Marty's a flat earther. He's a real flat earther. He knows everything. He'll know physics and atomics.
No, it is about flat Earth, but not really. So
Well,
you know,
he knows everything about everything.
The real flat earther dog.
Perfect. So you guys. I mean, I watched the movie. I didn't really hear about it before. Oppenheimer, right? And there was this, like, he was scared that if he blows up the bomb, everything will, like, the atmosphere will ignite and everything will, like,
fire.
yeah. So, do you think that didn't happen because the Earth is flat? That's kind of my question. And it can't happen. Like, surely it can't happen because, like, we blew hundreds of bombs after that, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, the real answer is they weren't sure what would happen when they set it off, and there were a variety of different,
Well, the real answer is, as Neil deGrasse Tyson would say, we no longer have nuclear bombs with thousands of years of unusable land that's covered in fallout radiation, right?
What? What do you mean we don't have land?
The ethos, the fear of a nuclear bomb is not to be feared. It will just destroy the 1 mile city block that you want and not irradiate the entire city.
Hey, Marty, you guys have
Yeah, but
already
that's not
picked
like
all
that doesn't have to do with my question.
Marty, you guys have already picked all the cherries off the trees. Now you're just pulling at shit and making yourself look even stupider than you did for the last
Ash,
10
how
years.
fearful are you
Carry on.
of a nuclear weapon? Because Neil deGrasse Tyson will have you rather fearful. He'll say, once you
I
see the
don't care
light,
about this guy.
the white
Already
flash
picked
of
that cherry.
light, you'll only have seconds before you'll be incinerated into dust.
Yeah, like I don't care about that guy. I'm a flat earther, bro. I know that guy's full of shit.
Wait, are you actually a flat earther?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Are you a real flat earther?
Yes, man.
There can
I'm not
only be one.
100%. I'm not 100%, but I'm 99% because I didn't do my own. The
I mean,
1%
you
is
guys
because I
got
didn't
Dave
do my
Weiss.
own research.
Dave Weiss got 3 Bitcoin for you guys, don't he? You and McToon and everybody who can prove the globe, like actually physically prove the Earth is curving, like water or dirt.
Why are they lying to us?
That's a lot of
I
money.
don't know why you guys ain't got them 3 Bitcoins yet. Why are you lying to me? Why ain't you got them Bitcoins, Globers, provers?
Why
McToon
you
should have been the
always
first one with them.
lying?
McToon and Omni should have been the first ones with him, and Jim Panda, right?
They
Should have
just,
got
I
him the
just
first
put a,
day, right? They should have went
I
over
just
here.
put a,
Look, stupid. Come here, Dave Weiss. Look, see this dirt? See this? See the side view? See that
no,
boat go down?
we can't
See
see
the sun
anything.
drop like
Demo,
it's in an elevator? See the sun elevator drop vertically down like we're going from
Demo,
floor to floor?
stop, bro,
Denmark,
please.
you're
Is
over
that how the
talking
sun
one of
works,
your
you
own.
guys?
Denmark,
So
you're over
does the
talking one of
sun
your
set
own.
prove a globe or not set? How do you
This
prove
is
a globe
Willis.
with a sunset? Does the sun set on a globe or not?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it does, dumb fuck. Why does the
Yes or
sun
no?
shine on the bottom of the
So does
clouds,
the
you
sun
stupid
set
cunt?
on a globe or not? Because no setting proves flat Earth. So does
Why
the
does it?
sun set or
Why does
not?
the
Let's go
sun
to
shine on the
Antarctica.
bottom of the clouds,
Let's go
you
take a
dumb,
look at
stupid
Antarctica and
piece of
see if the
shit?
sun really sets. Take a look. No sunset. Damn. Antarctica proves flat Earth. No sunset. Isn't that cool? We
Same thing
told you the sun
Mexican.
didn't set, you
You
guys.
dumb
You
Well, he
weirdos.
just got you.
Now
He
you
just got
finally
you.
see it. You see it for yourself. You just deny that the sun don't set. Bunch of
He
fucking
just
losers,
destroyed
if you
you.
ask me. Why
Yeah, you
would
got
it lie to
destroyed.
you? Why is the sun lying to you and not setting? Why? Why
What do you
did the
think
sun
fake,
not
Denmark?
set? The
Denmark,
sun don't
Things
set on
flat
the
Earth
sun
Well,
sets on a globe.
never do.
well, how come it sets everywhere
Globe,
else?
did
But
not
it sets
set.
everywhere
You
else.
all came back flat earthers in
exactly.
denial.
On
Wait,
December
Jazza, you're
15th,
getting
it
old
set
by
everywhere else.
No, it doesn't. You got the film where it doesn't set. That's where it goes. You're at where it goes. It goes and does a loop and goes back. What do you mean sets everywhere else? You just went to where it went to. You saw it not set. You saw where it goes horizontally.
Yeah, and on that same day, from where I was, it did set.
On its horizontal path. That
But it
way
did
you
set
watch the
everywhere
end of it
else.
go around.
Yeah, so it doesn't set. It doesn't set there,
Cool, you
but it
went to
set
the end of
everywhere
our
else.
sun
But on
racetrack.
flat Earth, it never
You got to
sets.
the end of our sun racetrack and watched it not set. Now what's wrong?
Denmark.
What else do
There
you
you
need?
go.
What
How
else
come
do
it?
you need?
How come it
Sun
set where
boy,
I am?
sun
How come it
worshiper.
set where I
It
am?
didn't set. What's your
How come it
excuse?
set where I am? It did set
Why
where
did
I
it
am.
set? The sun
Denmark.
doesn't set. That's proof of flat Earth.
Denmark,
Why
what
are
do you
you
make
mad?
of the Denmark? What do you make of the excuse they
Does
give
it
for
take
it?
10 of you to
Not
talk
something
for
wrong.
each other and not know anything? So all 10 of
Denmark.
you are not going to make any sense and say nothing. Does the sun set
Well,
on a globe or not? On flat Earth, it doesn't. You need a side view. These boys had
Denmark.
a side view. They had a front, back, and side view. They watched it do a loop. Left, front, back, right. They got the side view of the sun not setting. Do you guys got
Denmark.
the same thing?
Listen. If you're
We'll
capable,
need another
I know
side
you're
view
not.
like the Antarctic side view. You guys have a sun
You're
view,
proving
not
that right
setting
now.
on a side view. Don't look
D-Mock,
forward and
chill
guess and
out.
make shit up. We'll need
Have
a
a conversation,
view just
D-Mock.
like a 360.
Yeah, he's not going to do that.
360 in Antarctica, you need
You're
a
not the
360
only
everywhere
flat
else.
earther in the room,
Triggered.
D-Mock.
360 in Antarctica, 360
D-Mock.
everywhere else, losers. You'll need an
D-Mock.
orthographic view, losers.
D-Mock.
Don't block yourself from reality. Don't block your one-dimensional reality. Don't block yourself from reality.
Bro, you have to talk to people. You can't just talk,
Don't
bro.
make
Talk to
yourself only
somebody.
see
You're not
forward,
talking to
Glover.
anyone, bro.
Why can
You
Globers
have to
only look
talk.
forward on a one-dimensional reality?
What you have now, listen.
You're
The
literally
only,
sounding
missing
like
the
you're
whole
trying to
side
only
recruit
approach.
cult
You're
members.
missing the whole
The only
talking to
approach.
yourself,
Not
Demon.
to talk.
You're
Don't
missing
talk.
the whole point
That's
of
the
view
only
of your
approach.
life in your cave.
Put him in the
You're
kennel.
running out the tunnel in the
You're
cave.
talking to yourself.
Inside
You're
you,
talking
inside
to
you.
Put him in the
yourself,
kennel.
bro.
No, he's not. You're talking as
Lock
well.
the dog
the
up.
only way this works is if you just everybody stops talking, just leave Denmark on his own.
We
Because the
just want to
moderators
know
have
if the
got a
sun
Denmark
sets or
world.
not.
It's
And it
for them,
takes
isn't
20
it?
of you to talk over each other to not get a video. How long does it take to get your video of the sun not setting on flat Earth?
Denmark. Just
Mine
calm
from
down.
Antarctica. Go ask
Denmark.
Rick Soon. He'll bet you money it's
Don't
real.
talk, Jazz.
No
Okay.
setting sun. Where's
Denmark.
your
Just
sun setting in
Denmark.
Antarctica?
Dimmock, you super intelligent cunt. Just calm down. You
We'll need a
super
sunset
intelligent
side
cunt.
view. We'll
You
need an
super
Antarctic side view.
intelligent
Bro,
cunt.
Dimmock,
Just
you
calm
can't
down.
like he's
Calm
talking to
down.
you.
Go to the side
Why are
view
you
in
ignoring
Antarctica
him,
and the
bro?
Calm
sun's
down.
not setting.
Just mute
Why are
this
you
guy,
guys
bro.
mad?
Like, he doesn't care
Calm
about
down.
anything.
It's
Just
fucking
mute this
proof
guy.
by your own boy. He put 300,000 on it that the
Dimmock.
sun don't set. Now you guys
Dimmock.
are all running around like goofballs and muting me when he comes in here because he's afraid of me. You're
Okay,
all fucking
Dimmock,
afraid of
Dimmock,
reality.
you're not muted
I mute you
because you're
because you're
still
Guy who's
talking, and
supposedly got money
unfortunately, I
on
can
nut
still hear
burgers
you.
can't
You're
prove water and
stupid
dirt curb in his
fucking
backyard.
shit.
Yeah,
Shut the
nothing
fuck
burgers.
up.
He's putting 300,000 that he can bet there's an earth curve on Earth physically up close. Is he putting 300,000 that he can watch the sun on a side view set? Does he
Okay,
have a
Kate,
side view? I don't know
Dimmock,
what he's betting money
maybe
for. Only
you
looking
might be able to
forward.
answer this.
So you think looking forward proves whether
I
Columbus
believe the
jumped
Earth's
a ramp
flat.
or a cliff or a hill?
Dimmock, shut
When you
up.
guys
I
are
believe
70
the Earth's
foot away
flat.
from
I
a guy on
believe
a
you.
motorcycle, you're going to predict what he's
mute
jumping
him,
over,
man.
and all you
But you
see is
can't.
I believe you, Dimmock.
How's this
you
going,
don't
Like,
need
Coolidge?
the
just
back.
mute him, please.
We'll need the
Can
back
someone mute
portion.
him? Can someone mute this
Dimmock.
guy?
Side
Or...
view. Hogan's
Coolidge,
Heroes.
is this what we're after here? Is it?
Side view.
Hang
I know
on,
this
hang on.
can't be hard.
I'm
Ask
trying
a
to
scientist what a side view
give
means.
a vaccine to this cunt. Dimmock, I
Okay.
believe you. I believe you. The Earth's flat, Dimmock. Will you be, or who will be the leader of the flat Earth? You, Quantum Erection, or Nathan Dumbfuck?
The fuck
Oakley
is
or
that?
Thompson?
He's muted, so he can't respond. He can't call you a dipshit goof troop.
Ah, fucking hell.
Dimmock, you're unmuted, bro. now he's quiet. Now he's quiet. Like, what is this?
It's gonna be a shit fight between Quantum Erection, Dimmock, and Nathan Oakley. 1980.
There's gonna be no fight. Dimmock is just gonna talk and hear nothing.
Oh yeah,
He's just gonna
he'll
talk.
win. He'll win. Quantum Erection
Yeah,
will
of
be
course he wins
deputy.
because he just talks, doesn't listen to anyone. And when you mute him and ask him a question, he ignores you. This
We're
guy
looking
can't
for a
even
video
argue.
of the side view. It's 2025. Surely, since
There you go.
Pythagoras didn't get a side view, you guys need one. The very thing you've been missing since Newton and Einstein and Galileo and
Hang
Copernicus
on, Dimmock. You
is
said
a video
2025.
camera.
Are
Not
you
hey,
going
hey,
for
hey,
the
horse.
cult
Not
leadership
hey, little horse.
of
No,
the
little
flat
horse. We're
Earth
not eating hey, hey, hey.
dumbfuckery
We're getting a side
against
view. We
Quantum
know you guys
Erection
are too
in
fucking illiterate to
2025?
know
What are
what
you
that
talking
means.
about?
Orthographic doesn't exist in your reality. We know.
What orthographic
You
means?
guys
'Cause
don't
you
have
know
another reality but look
scale
forward and
means,
hope.
stupid cunt.
I hope that's happening. Please, you guys believe me? You believe me, retards? Okay, cool. We're all fucking retarded now. We all believe each other. What a dumb fuck.
Do you know what
Do
scale
you
means?
have any side
Dumb
views
fuck.
of the sun setting or not? You just have
Do you know what
fucking
scale
recollection of
means?
your religious fucking hope. You have a
Dimmock is my
religious
spirit
belief that the
animal,
sun
bro.
falls. You film it
Dimmock,
not
you're my
fall in
spirit
Antarctica.
animal.
You don't believe that. You guys don't believe it doesn't set in Antarctica. You think that's a joke. Now you think it's a
What?
joke. You don't have a side view. What the fuck's going on?
You're like the peep show of this server,
Side view
aren't
would
you?
cure all your retarded ass lies. You'd see it not set.
Shut
So
the
what are you
fuck
waiting
up,
for,
cunt.
weird
Hezza was
fucks?
talking.
What are you
He's not
waiting
gonna
for?
shut
The
up,
very
is
thing you
he?
need to prove your point or not?
Can someone mute him, please? Like, why are
He's
we
got
allowing
triggered.
this?
Can somebody
Triggered.
mute
He's
your
not going to make a
non-video you
recovery.
didn't produce? Pythagoras, Greek god.
I'm a flat earther, my friend. You're losing your
Okay,
mind,
Pluto.
bro. You're losing your
Well,
mind.
Are you on here so much because your fucking own children have muted you? Sorry, that's terrible. But it's probably true.
You said that to me, or?
No,
Muted
that's
him. He asked for
stupid
proof.
fuck.
He wants another view along with our
This
view.
dumb cunt
He
talking
doesn't
now.
want us to make it up that the house looks like a dinosaur in the back of its ass while we
Why is
only
he
stare at the
unmuted,
front
man?
door.
Like, I don't want to listen
What
to
Stare at
the
the
this.
front
fuck?
door of your
I
object.
don't want to listen to this. Just mute the
I'll,
guy,
I'll,
please. Like, come on, man.
I'll come back later.
We should hold TED Talks on how dumb globers are and what a side view is, and how they can actually move somewhere else on the earth. They can look around. They can move. They
Okay,
can back
Dim
up.
up, dim
They
up,
can look
dim
at their
up.
buddy. They
Shut
can
the
say,
fuck
Bob,
up.
you know what
Shut
you
the
just
fuck up,
called?
cunt.
Bob, you think
Shut the
that boat's
fuck up,
dropping?
cunt.
It's
Shut the
not.
fuck up, cunt.
Bob, your
So
boat's
dim
not
up,
dropping. I
dim
can see
up,
it.
dim
I
up.
can see the boat and the sun
How
aren't
many
dropping. Look at them.
people?
Look at them not
Do
dropping.
you think live on
Look at the
the
sun not
on
drop.
how?
No, we're not
Dim up.
thinking.
You
We're going to
should be
film
able
it.
to answer this.
We're going to
How
film
many
it.
people
No, you
do
should be
you
able to
think
answer.
live on the flat Earth? How many people? How many people do you think live on the flat Earth? What's the flat Earth population? I know you're muted, but please don't say 8 billion because you're going to fuck yourself in the ass. And even if you say 1 million, you're going to fuck yourself in the ass. So really think about it. You fucking stupid cunt. Sorry, omnivore, I'm going to head off. Should make some sort of award system. Demox, one of the top 10 stupidest cunts on the planet.
Who muted Demok? Why do you guys always mute Demok? He's the only flat earther that comes to talk to you.
Just because he doesn't allow anyone to talk back, that's the problem. He just goes on and on and on and on. He doesn't allow anyone to respond. So it's a silly thing to. What would you do?
Yeah, but if he doesn't do that, then you guys have no one to talk to. You can't be picky. You can't be picky.
If he just allows other people to get in, I don't personally have no issues. Whatever topic you want to talk about, they can do that as please, honestly.
Globers, see, when there's no Globers on Flat Earth servers, we talk more, or just the same amount. When there's no Flat Earthers on Glober servers, you guys like, what do we do? Do we just sing Kumbaya about the globe? Why don't you guys talk about space stuff when we're gone? Like, oh, dude, do you see what they did? They just went to fucking Alpha Centauri and they fucking brought back a fucking piece of petrified tree.
Hello, everyone.